bienvenidos. Está aquí en el video de Bibliopolis. In our earlier stream, unfortunately, my phone ran out of electricity and chaos ensued. You know, you can piece together the rest of the story. Anyway, I'm back now and better than ever, ready for more exciting painting action. So right now, I'm kind of doing double coat surprise, double coat supreme. Whatever you want to call it. But I'm also making progress on the ceiling. I'm hopeful to have the majority of this room painted in 1 gallon of paint. I'm making good progress through that gallon. I have a 2nd gallon here. If I got a bug up my ass, I could run through the 2nd gallon as well. Then we'd have to go back to the hardware store for more paint. So let me turn you where you can see things. If you're here, I'm not really going to be able to read your chats that well because, unfortunately, again, I always forget something. I forget my glasses. Like a big, big dummy. But you know what I didn't forget? I didn't forget my charisma. I didn't forget my compassion. I didn't forget my love for you and the world. So we're going to paint over here now. Because while I do believe there are parts over there that need more painting, I also feel as though I'm not really going to be able to deal with everything like that until I have a little bit more natural light in here, maybe. It's hard to see which spots are kind of bare without enough light in here. So, obs magobs, I would like to get the whole ceiling done, but I think I'm going to put the ceiling off, further ceiling work off until we have a little bit more natural light. I mean, I'll get a little bit in from the edge here, but we're not going to put a ton of work into the ceiling. All right. You want to make sure you get all the major drips off, which I by and large do. And we're going to go back over here to this wall, and we're just going to start expressing ourselves with whiteness. Oh, paint, you're as white as a cornhole game. You're as white as a game of cornhole. And that's a pretty white thing. I'm going to move this lamp over a bit so it's not in the way at all. Hello, Popovich. How's it going? I'm painting. Hello, Jester. I'm painting. I unfortunately don't have my glasses, so I can't really read what you're saying, but I'm sure it's extremely, extremely engaging. Probably the best chat I would have ever read had I had my glasses, and I'll rue this day for the rest of my life. Okay. Now we're gonna come over here and put a little paint on the wall. Gonna give it a nice thorough painting. We're gonna say, hey, you're the wrong color. Be whiter. Of course, the wall will resist, so we'll have to do it non-consensually. Get out of here, spider. You're just going to end up getting painted by me if you don't move. You don't want to be a painted spider. There. Now he's kind of running over there somewhere. He's still going to have to do further moving because that's not an ideal location either, but it's fine for now. It's better than where he was. Let me switch this to a different plug. Oh, there it was. It was plugged into the wall the whole time. What a dummy I am. Couldn't find this charger. It was plugged into the wall the whole time. Boy, did I feel like an idiot. Okay, schmokay. Let's rock and roll, all the cut to shy. A busy. But busy. The double dessert. All right. As you see, we're making pretty good progress. Obviously, there's gonna be plenty of touch-ups, plenty of spots that need more coat and stuff, but what our goal here is to get all of this paint out of the pan and onto the walls with as little heartache as possible. Who is the guy who hates himself? I'm the guy who hates himself. Every day, all of the time, I say I hate myself, and then I make a rhyme. All right. Some progress, no doubt about that. Now let's go up and see if we can't get out from the edge to the under the ceiling a little bit along here. And for example, over here too. Start by going like this. Okay. We'll go like this. Okay. Obviously, the ceiling can be a little tiring to paint because you gotta hold your arm up above your head. And that's a little tiring, you know. Get some more paint on the roller. And we're gonna come right over here. We're just gonna come straight out like this. Make sure we get on the ceiling there. Then you go over here, put a little bit of extra coat. Obviously, to get a good full solid coat, you're gonna have to go over this in a more than cursory fashion. Okay. I'm seeing a couple of spots here and there already that look like, hey, I didn't get enough paint. Well, that's fine. Don't panic, spots. I'll get to you. You will end up with enough paint on you, I promise. All right, so start over here where we definitely have an area that did not get enough paint. Let's try to remedy that. And then go along the top here to get some of that ceiling. Let's get some of this. And get some of that. Let's get this here. Now, let's go up here and get this. Right along here. We'll double paint this part to make sure it's got good coverage. We'll come out away from the wall a bit on the ceiling. Good. Now, I see another spot that needs some attention right here. Okay, so we'll get that right now. And we'll try to get away from the edge on the ceiling some here. Go this way. Meow, 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 meow. Get that, get this, get the other. Make sure we've got good coverage over this whole wall. Make sure we come away from the corner a bit. Get some of the ceiling. Good. And we're almost done with 1 full gallon of paint, which is pretty good. We need to, well, I mean, we could go over there. haven't really, well, I guess I'd take that off enough. Oh, God. I hate having to plug the phone in. It's like being chained up to something and you go, try to leave and you go, oh, that's why I got a chain around my neck. How shitty is that? All right, so what are we going to do next here? I guess I'll go over here, deal with this stuff, and the ceiling up there a bit. Let's give it a shot. And see just how much spirit of adventure we really have inside of us. Okay, now this pan is kind of empty. I'm going to kind of carry it around over here with me a bit. Obviously, you have to be careful with this because you tip it over, it'll spill. All right. Good job there. A little bit of a drip there we want to get cleaned up before it dries and hardens. I'm going to get this door here some more. Double get over here. We'll get a little bit on this side even. I'm glad I did because I see there was a drip there. So that's good. Now, what's next? Well, let's get ceiling. That seems a sensible thing to do at this point. Let's get some more ceiling. As per me, you'll just come right over here and get all of the ceiling as best we can. We just do the old 1-2 skill in the zoo. Okay. Woo. Let's get the remaining bit of paint onto the roller here. It'll take a couple more rolls, but we'll get through here quickly enough. Let's get this spot here, which could definitely use a little additional paint. I need to take off these outlet covers because I don't want to be all careful trying to paint around them. That never seems to work. That's why you take those things off. Okay. Okay. So now, let's put it over here. Where you're looking in the wrong direction. You're never going to see anything from looking over there. Here. Pay attention to where I'm painting, okay? You're just zoning out like you're just here to watch and not learn anything. I'm teaching everybody right now the fine and gentle art of painting. And if you don't want to learn, you can just get the hell out of my classroom. What do you think about that? I'm obviously a real no-nonsense teacher. Wee-hoo! This is a little bit, labor intensive, a little bit effort intensive. I've got to reach and lift, roll and dream, everything. The good news is, we're almost through this first gallon of paint. Which one we will take a break, consider our options. Okay. My pants are of course falling down because of my high hip syndrome. But don't be alarmed, I'll pull them back up. I also have this kind of like crank belt that always comes loose no matter what you do. Presumably it's designed to trick your friends or something, I don't know. Alright, so we're at the bottom of this gallon here. Alright. So this is pretty much all used up, this paint. Got a little bit more in the bottom of the pan maybe, but not a whole hell of a lot. So let's just stick this over here maybe. Oh, you dirty rot. Okay, that's good enough for now. Let's take a break. All right, so it's break time, everybody. Smoke them if you got them. I, in fact, do have them. I only have 2 cigarettes, but It's a lot better than 0 cigarettes. Whew! I am as physically spent as a titmouse after an evening of seed gathering. Making progress. Ooh. What a good worker I am. Look at me getting this shit done. Starting to come together, you know. We've got a lot of walls to cover, but making progress. The real question is, what do I want to do with this roller? Assuming I don't pour more paint in, what do I want to do with this roller? Do I want to just toss it and replace the roller when I come and paint again next time? Do I want to try to clean it and keep it wet so that I can reuse it next time? I have a couple more right here. I'm not thrilled about all the effort required to sustain, to continue using the same roller, you know. But on the other hand, there's no reason to toss it out if I can just keep it damp for a few hours while I am, until next time I paint. But I don't know exactly when I'm going to paint next time either. If I had a bucket with me, I could just drop it in a bucket of water or something. But who brings a bucket with them everywhere they go? Sure do wish I could read the chat. I guess I'll have to start remembering my glasses. Where's my water? Let me get a water so I can at least hydrate. I should eat more food, but at least I can hydrate. Yep, on my show. Okay. My body clearly wants that water. It's saying, yes, hydrate me, Eric. Fill me with liquid water. I'm like, all right, chill out, body. Don't be all fussy about things. But I'm dying of thirst, Eric. You must hydrate me. There, you're dampened. Are you happy now? A little bit. Do you believe in sphericals? The thing is, I think I might pour some more paint. See if I can get, maybe not the whole other gallon painted, but maybe I'll pour part of the gallon and see how I feel. Because if I could exhaust both gallons of paint, then I'd feel like, yeah, just throw that roller away. You're not going to be able to paint until you go get more paint, etc. Make that decision easier. Of course, I don't have anything to throw it away in. Well, there's some plastic bags over there. But I didn't bring a trash can like I meant to, because Eric can't remember to bring things places. He's cursed to arrive at the annual Halloween party having forgotten his costume. Say, Lovey. What are you gonna do? Be like, I can remember everything. Well, I got time for that shit. Alright, let's go inside. Let's chill for a second, review the situation, and see what we want to do. Alright, we're back over here for a minute, which is sometimes known as the Review and Dissect Conference Room and International Map Center. Hello, the man with the great machete. And whoever that is above them. I don't have my glasses on, so it's really hard for me to read what you're saying. I did add photos to the partner sharing. I don't think I took any photos recently. Maybe I did. Who knows? Oh, good. There's paper towels here. That's kind of convenient. All right. So I guess, well, we have a wet roller. We should probably just go ahead and pour some more paint. The thing is, I'd like to clean up a little bit of this cobweb stuff. But, you know, it's not super relevant at the moment because I'm obviously going to have to get more paint. There's going to be a lot of spots to touch up and stuff. I need to go to the restroom. And I think I'm going to leave you in here because, well, you probably don't want to go to the restroom with me, but also because I need to leave this phone plugged in. Now I'm going to roll a quick joint, which I will smoke in the restroom. So hopefully you guys will be okay by yourselves for a few minutes. If not, well, I do provide on-site counseling services for those struggling with this live stream format. So you might want to take advantage of those. Consider that for a second. Now let's roll the joint over here on this countertop. Here's my paper. My fingers do have some paint on them, but it's all dry. I'm not too worried about getting paint in the joint or anything. So we'll just, what is that word? Let bygones be bygones. There. Now we'll have to break apart this weed here. And we're going to have to use our fingers to do it because I didn't bring any grinder or anything. But it's okay. I'm not too good to use my fingers occasionally. Back in the olden days, before grinders existed, this is the only way to break up weed. This is nice weed. I like it. Sticky. Sticky and not too dry, this particular jar. Are there any scissors around here? That would be convenient. Wait, I think I brought some scissors over here to cut that tarp with. All right, here we go. We got some scissors. This will help us chop up this weed a little bit more efficiently. We'll just chop, chop, chop with our chopping scissors. And before we know it, our weed will be all chopped up. Yeah. Chop, chop, chop. Cut up the weed. Chop, chop, chop. Look at my mead. Chop, chop, chop. What does this mean? It means I'm gonna smoke a joint. Chippity chop, choppity chip. If you think that's cool, look at this. It is me, choppity chip, in this shit up with my mint. These are some of the audition tapes I sent in to Dr. Dre. Still haven't heard back from him, but I'm assuming he's just got a backlog on tapes to listen to. My point was like, hey, don't dismiss me as a rapper just because I'm old and can't rap. I can still be a hit. Like Home Alone 2. Chippity chop, choppity chip. I've got a job and this is it. Let's try to just, it's not that broken up, but whatever. Let's just try to get a joint going. That might be good enough. Let's find out. It seems a little wet still, but it's fine. I'm sure it'll smoke fine. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to leave you in here, but I'm going to give you a better view, okay? I'm going to let you see outside. I know you guys have been cooped up inside for a long time. You're starting to get a little bit of cabin fever. Well, here, let me show you the outside. Isn't that lovely? Just watch the world go by while I go pee. Maybe poo too and smoke this joint. You want to pee a few minutes? Alright, I'm back. This joint's giving me a little bit of trouble. It's not really wanting to smoke because the weed's kind of wet. But I think I can figure it out ultimately. And what I need to do is just kind of really put some heat on it here. Let it get hot. All right, that worked, you know. Takes a little effort, but it works. So I do think I will return to painting here a little bit more before I call it a day. I'm not going to pour out the whole 2nd gallon, but I think I'll pour out maybe about half of it. This is smelling pretty good, actually. Now it's down a bit. Okay, in case you don't know, I can't actually read what you're saying. Due to my old eye syndrome. Which is a disease that plagues old people by making them blind. It's a very ageist disease and ought to be condemned for its evil ways. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to remember to bring glasses everywhere I go. I'm lucky if I even remember my cock. I'm always leaving it in the drawer or the nightstand, you know? You probably do too. Well, not you, K.E. I already know you keep your cock in a safety deposit box. But you know, I'm not condemning it. I think it's wise to keep your cock safe. I just don't know if it's at that much risk of being stolen, but you know, who am I to say? After all, it's your cock, not mine. All right, well, let's undo this plug and plug in that plug, I guess. You know what? Let's plug in over here for right now for a second. We're going to plug right here, and we're going to do a little bit more work on this wall, maybe. Just stop needing to be plugged in. God, maybe it doesn't need to be plugged in right now. You know, maybe just leave it unplugged for a bit. It's been charging for a while. It should have a little bit of electricity in there. Now we don't have to be married to a wall outlet like some kind of Mrs. Wall outlet. So if in fact we are going to bring more paint to this party, then we'll need this and this. It was just shaken up yesterday, so I don't really need to stir it that badly. It hasn't had a lot of chance to settle. But I do want to give it a last shake before I open it, like this. Okay, that's good enough. Now we're gonna meow, 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 and yeah. We're gonna meow. There. Okay, oops. God damn it, Eric, you sloppy son of a bitch. It's okay. It's all right. Puberty love. Well, whatever. I'm going to paint the table anyway, so whatever. Now, the goal when pouring paint, obviously, is to make as little mess as possible. So we've got this bit of drips here. I'm going to get that with this so that both it doesn't waste paint and it doesn't continue to drip. Okay, we're done with this paint for now. So I didn't pour in anything close to half, actually. More like a fourth maybe. But that'll be good for now. Still making a bit of a mess here with the paint can. You want keep your cans clean, your area clean, all that stuff, you know. But in this instance, I don't mind if this table gets paint on it. Now let's take this can of paint back over here so we don't knock it over or anything. It's good to be paint safety aware. All right. So right now, I guess what I want to do is probably ceiling here, and then I might go with a brush and do some edging. So let's make sure you can see all the hot paint action. And this is going to be extremely sexy, so you might want to ask your kids to leave the room. All right, let's go. Like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Okay. All right. Some of that. What you might call hot paint action going on. Okay. Here, we'll get up in here, make sure we get all of this ceiling part here with a good solid double coat. Right here is also needs to be coated more. This whole wall does really. Let's put you here so you can see more of the action. Okay, good. Now, I don't know if you can see this, but we've got light coverage right here. We're going to go over this again. All along here, and all down here where we also have some light coverage right here. We'll have to get more paint here because this is obviously a problem area. I painted the light switches, of course, so I'll get that with my shirt. All right, let's get more paint off the roller. And put your taint in a stroller. You know the old saying. Okay, let's finish cleaning this area up over here. A little bit there. A little bit up here. All along up there. We'll go yeah. We'll bring 40 ounces of mia. And And we're gonna need more paint. There's no reason to try to squeeze every last little bit of paint out of the roller. You're trying to get paint on the wall, not conserve paint. Turn! God damn it. You dirty rat. Just stop. That's fine. It's a good amount of paint on it there. Let's do the double hit on this wall. That it clearly means we're going to get this whole area up here. Do a nice thick coat. We don't want any splotchiness or see-through spots, obviously. See-through spots and splotchiness are uncool, people. And I don't want to be uncool. I don't know about you. I'm assuming you don't. I'm assuming you're sane and you care about being cool. Don't paint the door, dumbass. Open it. There goes a guy on an electric bicycle with his dog. I never met any of the neighbors of this house, but no time like the present. All right, that's good. That's helpful. Get down here a bit. Good, good, good. Go right up here. Make sure that's coated. Right there. All right, let's get more paint. You can't keep rolling indefinitely. You have to refill your roller with paint periodically. All right. Now let's get a little bit more of this sealing action. More paint. More paint, and let's get over here some. Because that's clearly undersurfaced right there. We'll get the edges with a brush. Careful when trying to force it with a roller. We need to get all on here. This is too thin of a coat. And the phobia of the goat. Ironically, they're not afraid of sheep. So, kind of hard to explain, I guess, logically. Okay. All right, let's close that. And we've got some more sealing to do. Got another, we're gonna finish coating that wall. That wall is obviously way undercoated. You know, that's not the only spot though. So I keep seeing spots like there's a spot right here. It's too thin. I'll try to just go toothpick here, try to make sure it's well coated. All right. Then we're going to get another scoop of angel feather. With this bit, let's get over here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Good, right there some more. Make sure that's covered. I'm gonna have to get this whole wall again, obviously, because you can't successfully cover a whole wall fully with just one quick go over. No. Painting is like making love. It's about making multiple passes, stepping back, looking to see if it's coated, and adding more paint. Just like in making love. Okay, so we'll hit this part over here, clearly undercoated. And I'll get more paint. Back over here. Okay. I sort of half-assed this wall, but since I did get a super thin coat on it, I might as well finish coating it out. So what I want you to look at here is this wall. Obviously the lighting's not great. It's hard to spot every, bit of thin paint. But we'll do our best. When I think about me, I hate myself. Oh, I don't hate anybody else. When I think about me, I hate myself. All right. Now, one could imagine the lyrics of that song saying, when I think about you, I hate myself. In that case, it would be purely a matter of guilt, right? Like, when I think about you and either how I let you go or betrayed you or something, I hate myself. But that's not the message of this song. The message of this song is that when I think about me, I hate myself. That's much more sensible. This is pretty tiring. I suspect after I finish this paint I poured out here, I'm gonna call it, eat something, or I don't know, go to bed maybe. You want to get real crazy. It's conceivable that I might need to do that. Let's get more paint. Whoo-wee. What a busy day / night / but fuckery extravaganza this has been. But I'm impressed. I'm actually moving forward, making progress, killing birds with stones, bringing the world together in a state of permanent peace thanks to my statesmanship. Okay. What's next? Let's do a little bit more ceiling. Let's imagine ourselves just starting in one and going to the other, rather than kind of haphazardly painting the ceiling like I've been doing. Okay, here we go. This is your chance to watch real life, authentic, uncensored ceiling painting action. Ooh, don't knock that over. Eric, be sensible. All right, unadulterated, uncensored, hot, authentic ceiling painting action. I'm going to start at one side, and go all the way across like this. All the way to over here. And we'll start coming back. Then we'll get another paint. Get another piece of paint. Stop rolling around like that. What are you trying to do? Give me a heart attack? Now let's go here. Okay. Okay. Now, we're making real progress with our hot, uncensored ceiling painting action. This is exactly what it was like at the Sistine Chapel when that guy was painting that thing. For those of you who didn't have a chance to make it in real time, this is what it was like. Okay. Obviously, ceiling painting can be extra tiring because you have to reach up into the sky. Okay. Now, we've got a little bit more paint here to scoop up. And we can put this little bit more paint perhaps over here, up on top. Seems like a good place. Obviously, we can't get all the way into the corner. We're going to need to use a brush for that. But we can make sure the part that we're not going to brush is fully coated. Okay. Now, let's take another break and consider whether or not we want to pour more paint. I'm kind of thinking like I'm on a roll. I might as well just finish the second gallon and have really most of the living room painted. I need to get over here by this horrible clock. Judy's horrible clock. Long ago, there was a woman named Judy who loved horrible clocks. Oh my gosh, look at this horrible clock, she said one day at the store. I have to have it. I'm going to need to get down those cobwebs and shit from up there. Do I have a vacuum over here? Good question. I like the way you're thinking. You're really thinking in a outcome-oriented fashion. Well, I've got this little broom here. This should do, really. Let's get them. Let's get those scoundrels. See them all along the watchtower? Well, listen here, you scoundrels. You need to get down from there. Whatever you are, I don't know, but I don't need you up there. Any more than I need a hole in the head, as my mother used to say. I need that about as much as I need a hole in the head. And how much do you need a hole in the head? Not at all. All right, well, that's good. We got that stuff down. With fairly little difficulty and or hard work, you know, which we're generally trying to keep to a minimum. All right, let's plug you back in so we don't lose electricity. Well, let's plug you in over here. Let's stand out here and smoke a cigarette and have some water. Just open, you dumbass. Okay, there. Now, we're going to do this. We're going to plug this into here. We're going to plug this into here. We're going to put this through here. We're going to go out there and leave the door open. See, I told you you'd like it out here on the porch. You're such a scaredy cat. I've never been out there before, Eric. It's okay, relax. Hi, Rubenar. Note I can't read what you're saying, but potentially if somebody would write something in all caps, I might be able to. Just an observation. I've not any concrete reason to believe that I can, but it just seems like it's possible. Cigarette, right. I'm sorry, no, you can't bum one. This is my last cigarette. I'm down to my last smoke, so you'll have to purchase your own, I'm afraid. I mean, you can have a couple hits off of it if you want, but don't get it all wet. You know, we used to have a very racist expression for that. And you get somebody's cigarette all wet with your spit. It was racist. And yet, provocatively descriptive in some fashion. Like, I concluded as a kid, I guess, apparently black people get spit all over their cigarettes. You know, in the sober light of adulthood, I think that might not be true. Might be a stereotype. What state am I in? This is California. We live in Mariposa County. This is the rental property we're getting ready to make into an income property, you know. And this is the deck here, as you can see. Down there is the ground. We're elevated like we're on the second story, but actually this is a one-story house. It's on a slope, so the back side of the house is a higher elevation than the bottom of the house, so there's a space underneath the house that gets shorter as you move up the hill. All right, tell you what, let's save the rest of this cigarette for after we get a little more paint done. Oops. Guys, you're not going to charge if you let the cord pop out like that. You need to be more responsible than that, okay? I trusted you with maintaining the USB cord so that you could charge. And here you are being irresponsible again. All right, let's do it. Let's pour some more paint. Let's just hammer shit out. There's no point in dilly-dallying, no point in pussyfooting. Instead, we'll regular dally and dogfoot. How does that sound to everybody? Does it sound like a winning time? Well, then you're good at understanding how things sound, because that's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like the kind of time that winners spend together. I'm a winner, you guys are winners, we're together on this. Alright, well, let's try to get these walls fully coated and let's try to get the ceiling done. And hopefully at that point, we'll be out of paint. If we need to, we get some of that wall over there done, you know. We'll be able to use up the rest of this paint without too much difficulty. You just need to stay busy getting paint on the wall. So we're going to pour it from the same side we poured it from before. But this time we're going to put the rest of it in, so it's a little bit less of a drip problem. Because the dripping down the can mostly comes at the end when you tilt it back up. Okay. That was pretty tidy. We're going to use the little bit of paint left in the bottom of this can with a brush for edges and stuff. But for the moment, we've got a whole lot of paint and the opportunity to get this ceiling done. When you have the opportunity to get a ceiling done, just get it done. Don't fuck around. Don't play peekaboo. Don't play hide and go seek. Just get it done. Nobody wants to have a task they must perform. But you know what? If you get it done now, you won't have it to do later. It's true. My grandpapa taught me that. Back in '07. Which is, of course, to say 1907. Not 2007. Wrong century, buddy. Wrong century. All right. Gonna get some more paint up on here. Up in there, up in there. You know that song. I'm about to lose my mind over here near the popcorn machine. You know that song. Well, it was originally motivated by that guy's deep, abiding love of popcorn, but eventually other people in his industry team, his ensemble, or whatever you want to call it, they said, can we remove some of the popcorn lyrics? I'm just not sure that's really working with our core audience. And the main guy was like, what are you talking about? Popcorn is the one universally cool thing. Naturally, his bandmates had been trying to avoid this conversation, and they no longer had any choice. They said, listen, I don't think popcorn is quite as cool as you seem to think it is. And he's like, hey, I'm the visionary here. I'm the one with my finger on the pulse of America. And his compatriot said, look, you are in a lot of ways, but not with the popcorn thing. And he's like, what do you mean not with the popcorn thing? That's like my #1 jam. Ain't you ever had a bag of popcorn? It's like it bears hardly any resemblance to regular corn. Have you ever seen a corn kernel? Yeah, we know what you have to say about popcorn, okay? I've heard this a million times. Just listen to us this time. Even if you're right and popcorn's incredibly cool, most people don't agree with you. What? You know, a national study was released that said popcorn is the #1 snack treat. Okay, well, what you don't say when you tell us that is the study was just about snack treats at the movie theater, not everywhere. The movie theater is everywhere. Where else are you gonna go? Where else serves that kind of hot, delicious popcorn? Well, you see, that's the thing. Most people don't make their decisions about where to go based on where they're gonna most easily obtain popcorn. Well, what do they make their decisions on then? Other factors, okay? Other factors. We don't need to go into the specifics. That's not the point of this conversation. Anyway, this was a reenactment of the intervention performed over the song Up in Here, Up in Here. I'm going to lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. You know, this bandmates also pointed out, maybe you could give a little bit more of the backstory here. Like, why did you choose here as a location to lose your mind? Why not someplace else? What are the features of here that make it conducive to losing one's mind? You know, things like that. And he said, man, I don't know what you're talking about. And then they all did a little dance. And that's the true story of that song, I'm going to lose my mind up in here, up in here. Well, so much for my orderly painting of the ceiling. I went back to haphazardly painting the ceiling wherever. Not a very good strategy to make sure you got the whole painting covered, the whole ceiling covered. You can keep track of where you've already been, you know. But since I didn't do that, let's just start going the other direction now. Instead of meow to meow, meow to meow, let's go meow to meow. All right, fine. So we'll start over here, and we'll give it a full meowing all the way over to here, and then all the way back. Okay, now we get more paint. There. Let that drip off, and then we'll go back to this side, I think, and we'll, start about there probably. Go down to here, go here, go down to here, go up that. Okay, so that's not too bad, but turn on. Okay. Obviously, it's kind of hard to see what spots in the ceiling we got or not. But I'm gonna I can see over here we haven't gotten it. So let's get right here. Maybe because it's right over the lamp. I don't know what it is. Let's go ahead and get it. All like meow. Over here. Good. We'll get this spot here. Right over there we need to get. That's good to know. I can see some spots of inadequacy over here on these walls. Well, at least a couple right here on this part. Here's a spot of inadequacy. We can get that like so. Here's a spot of inadequacy. You can get that like so. Here. Here. There. All right. Just make sure we've got all of this part done. Part of the ceiling here needs to be gotten. We'll have to use a brush around this black thing. Let's move this table a little bit. I don't really love where it's currently located. Whew. You know what they say? When life gives you lemons, go ahead and keep painting. I don't know if life's given me lemons, but it has given me paint. Oh, Eric, you dumbass. Oh, God damn it. What a dumbass I am. Why do I always have to be such a dumbass? There, you scoundrelly dumbass. Thanks, Tiff. You're right, I am a scoundrelly dumbass. are at all. Okay. And we got some nice paint on here. We're going to just pick up where we left off in this general vicinity. Make sure we've got good coverage, or even some coverage. In some instances, we haven't gotten to it at all, like here. Oh, whew! That kind of work is the kind of work that makes a man say, whew! Let's relocate you so you can better enjoy all of the exciting painting action. There we go. We're getting this part of the ceiling right here now. And we're doing a pretty great job of it, really. Considering what a shitty job we did of planning it. Like I said, you're supposed to treat a ceiling like a lawn. You don't just haphazardly cut your grass in random directions. You need to keep track of where you've already been. But, yeah, it's not really my style, I guess. Okay. Doing pretty good. Let me look if I see any drift anywhere. Stuff like that. That might need to be gotten. Alright, that's pretty good. Now, we still have more ceiling to go, obviously. We got that wall. We got that wall. We got a lot of stuff to go. I'm not sure exactly what my order of operations here is. But I think, let me get the spot I see over here. God damn it, Eric. Don't do that. Painting failure. No good painter is spilling big drops of paint all over the drop cloth. I hope you're ashamed of yourself. I am, Mr. Eric. I'm very ashamed of myself. Good. Okay. Right there. Right there. All right. Fair enough. Now let's continue with the ceiling. I like to do a little bit of walls in between ceilings so my arm gets a moment of rest, maybe too, you know? Woo! It's a lot harder painting the ceiling than it is painting the walls. Okay. Let's try to just give a general overview on the ceiling here. You know, kind of like, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oops. And we'll just roll up the meows. Along with the meows. We'll try to make a bit of a dent in the meows. We'll see how it all turns out. All right, the ceiling's looking pretty good, kind of over to there-ish. I'll try to get a little further along on the ceiling. So that means doing some work down here. Okay. Whoo. Now let's do something that's not so ceiling so that I can rest my arm a little bit. Okay. So you want to know how to better hate yourself, huh? Well, you've come to the right guy. If you're looking for a regimen of self-hatred that can carry you through each and every day, hopefully never forgetting for a moment what a worthless loser you are, then you've come to the right place. I'm a bit of an expert on that. So the key thing is, don't pay attention to your feelings. When I say, well, I need to know what I feel if I'm going to know I hate myself. No, you're missing the point. You don't necessarily know that you hate yourself. You just tell yourself that all the time, so that you don't fail to punish yourself adequately for any and every shortcoming of your entire life. That's the key. You got to make a stretch all the way back to birth. You are responsible still to punish yourself for things you did, no matter how long ago it was. Could be 100 years ago. It will still haunt you and should, because otherwise you're not holding yourself accountable enough. Any feeling, therefore, of, say, guilt, you say, I hate myself. Any feeling of shame, say, I hate myself. Any feeling of regret, say, I wish I were dead. You want to mix it up, you know. You don't always have to just use I hate myself. You can, say, shoot me in the head. I don't deserve to be alive. There's a whole lot of things you can do with it, a lot of variation. It's like a theme in a cover song. It's up to you to interpret it. All right. So you guys practicing that right now? I hope so. Remember something, some kind of bad memory. Ideally something you did that was dumb or embarrassing or something. Now say, I hate myself. There, you're getting the hang of it. Now just keep saying it until it becomes an involuntary habit. Okay. At this point, I'm definitely world champion of majesty. All right, let's go ahead and tackle that wall over there then now. Ain't no reason not to. So we're going to move this table again. We're going to move it right over here next to where we're painting. You got a rubber full of paint. Rub it around a bit so that grip too much. Just put that straight onto the wall with authority. Police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, cause I ain't the one to be beaten on and thrown in jail. If we can go toe to toe in the middle of a cell, put down that badge and Billy Club. Baby man. And we'll go at it, punk, and I'ma fuck you up. You know, that's the sort of thing I used to say to people all the time, because obviously I was the baddest mofo in all of Arcadia and beyond. And beyond. Little nails in the wall need to come out. Is this a nail? Yeah, it's a screw. Okay. Good enough. Little spider web thing. And now we will hit this wall with all the passion we can muster. So we got a little more paint on here. We're gonna yam it around, and we'll just go straight onto the wall. Ain't no reason to pussyfoot. Ain't no reason to jillywig. Which presumably is a synonym for pussyfoot. Now we'll get a little bit more of this here paint. Put it on the wall and then you'll taint everything you touch with your wickedness. I wish you wouldn't, but that's a dish. Paint, 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 paint. Like now. And like now. Okay. We'll need the brush to get in that corner properly, but I'm going to give it a cursory first over. And let's make sure we've got all the ceiling up here. I think we've got it mostly gotten from, at least to here, you know, across. Yeah, looks like it's pretty well gotten. So let's just get here instead. Okay, let's get some more paint. We'll start down here. We'll get all of this, that, roll this out like yeah, go like yeah, 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 yeah. Smooth it out with the smooth, buttery voice of famous car salesman Cal Worthington. Oh, well, let's give that spot a little bit. Obviously, somewhat demanding labor. It's not like digging ditches, but it's also not like sitting around watching TV. It's okay, we're doing fine. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I'm just have a little bit more of this to go, and you know, I am getting tired, but certainly have sufficient energy to finish this bit here. And I'm working on it, that much paint left. Now, I want to I'll move it over here. And here, I'll let you see what I'm doing. It's pretty exciting. Can you guess what it is? I'm painting. Okay. Get more paint. Okay, here we go. We got paint and we've got wall. Let's bring the two of them together like soulmates lost in a world without each other. Probably gonna need 3-4 more gallons of this stuff. We're gonna do the whole house, you know. But you see how quickly you can burn through a couple of gallons, right? And how much you can get accomplished while doing stuff. All right. Time to move this table again. This time, over to here. Okay. 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 Now, this needs to be moved back a little bit, actually. Kind of in my way. Okay. Good enough. Wee-hoo! As they used to say in the Coast Guard. A lot of people don't know I was actually Brigadier General of the Coast Guard for about 6 years. I'm the one who recommended they get boats. For that, they had literally just guarded the coast. You know, they didn't actually go out on the water at all. I said, let's maybe try to expand our understanding of what we, the Coast Guard, can be jurisdictionally responsible. And I got an idea. Let's extend it out into the ocean. And so we're like, well, we need boats for that. And I'm like, exactly. And hence the modern Coast Guard was born. For those of you who are curious about Coast Guard history, I don't blame you. It's one of the more fascinating branches of our military. You know, underappreciated. You have no idea the risks and consequences of an unguarded coast. Why is it you think that those Vikings were able to do so much pillaging? Well, they were able to sneak up right from the sea. There was nobody standing guard on the coast. Ergo, their families were killed, etc. enslaved, whatever. Why? Because they didn't have enough sense to put together a Viking Coast Guard. I said, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the people who were pillaged by the Vikings. We need boats in our Coast Guard now, stat. And everybody ran around saying, right away, sir, I'll get right on that. And since my important landmark evolution of the Coast Guard has saved all of our lives literally 4 million times. That's how much danger there is on the coast. You know that old saying, the coast is clear? It's a lie. The coast is never clear until the Coast Guard's there. Okay. We're making pretty good progress with that wall. I'm going to leave a little bit of this paint here in the bottom. This will be my last roller roll of this, I think. Because I would like to get some of the edges with a brush today before I go. So let's just try to tidy up this wall a bit. Get it as thickly coated as we can. Whoa! Good thing I didn't knock shit over. That was a close call. Okay, now let's get a brush. Let's get these corners and stuff. Let me unplug this for a second. We're going to start on the corners over here. And we will move all on the corners here. So, we're going to need a brush. Here's our brush. It's a little stiff, but we're going to put it in some water to loosen up a bit. There. That's fine. So now we got this brush here. We're going to get some paint. I'm actually going to start carrying this around with me, but I don't really want the roller in the mix, so let me make sure I got all the paint off of this and put this down in the other pan. Okay. You go in the other pan, Mr. Roller. There. Now with this brush and this pan of paint, I shall get all these corners of it. Whenever you're carrying a can of paint like this, you gotta be careful not to tilt it and spill it. Okay. Okay. Get all of this corner up here. And hopefully it won't give us too much difficulty with like staying in the corner, you know? It shouldn't. Okay, so far so good. Let's turn this a bit as we move down the line. Okay. Tiring, but perhaps slightly less tiring than the roller, one imagines. Okay. Now let's get a corner here as well, might as well. Okay. We'll get this corner here too. Baby, be good, you know that you should, you know it'll feel alright. Okay, now let's go do this side. Oh, son of a bitch. Eric, you dumb motherfucker. Eric, you're as dumb as 3 buckets of cornbread without a single sip of beverage. Well, that is dumb. I don't think I'm that dumb. You is. Okay, if you say so. I mean, I'm not smart, obviously, or I wouldn't have done that dumbass shit. But I bet with a little care and a little bit of holiday magic, I can avoid that fate in the future by being a little bit smarter. I mean, yeah, I could get this part, but it's a little more tricky than the edges up there. Maybe better off just saving this for later, taping it off or something. I don't know, like the metal part already has some white paint on it, but I don't want to. Freaking Eric, just can you not be completely retarded all the time? Instead of just saying what you're saying, why don't you listen to it? Dumbass. Alright, that'll do for now. Now let's finish the part I was doing without getting sidetracked. I'm doing up here. Right. A little bit on the tip. And piggity, piggity, pow. Piggity, piggity, pew. There we go. I'm going to get some here. Get this whole corner resolved with paint. All right, looking pretty good. I'm not going to go all the way down the side of the door right now because I want to finish this first. this crack here, which is pretty easy to get. So baby, be good, you know that you should, you know it'll work alright. And baby, be good, you know that you should, you know you'll feel alright. Okay. Okay, now we're going to have to do the part behind the chimney. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt, but not too bad. Just kind of tuck up in here. Then we'll get this corner of this little bump out part here, as we did the other side. Okay. We need to get up here in the top corner, up here, like now. Let's look. Let's see what I'm talking about. We're talking about this right here. See what I'm saying? Oh yeah. That's good corner get. Do you feel the sensuality of it? Because it is, in fact, deeply, deeply sensual. Okay. What else do I want to get here? Let me get this corner over here, I guess. That's fine. Sure, I got that part good. No, not like that, dumbass. Okay. Now we'll get here some more. Make sure it's fully gotten, because I don't think it is in the status quo. That's better. Okay. Stop. I'll have to go over that again. Let me get down here a little bit. Okay, fine. Now we've got these corners on this one up here. Let's get those. Whew. That's a tiring bobiring, I'll tell you. With all that reaching up above your head. I'm going to get the baseboards here. It's a little bit less tiring because I get the crouch down low. I'm not going to get the whole baseboards, obviously, but I'm going to get the top of them. Okay. What else do I need to get? Well, it does look pretty good for now, but I need the rest of the paint in this thing. So, I know I'll get over there. All right, come on, we're almost done. We're almost out of paint, and that will mean we are done. Let's get over here. You can see the problem area here. And get all this white stuff around this door. I hate myself when I think about me. Congratulations. You fully actualized, and accordingly, you constantly hate yourself. You're today's big winner with a prize of constant self-loathing. Ooh, can I pick a different prize? No. This is the only prize you deserve. Yeah, it's consistent with what I keep telling myself. Good. Repeat to yourself 1,000 times a day. I hate myself, I hate myself. Remember, it must be consistent every day. Nobody ever resolved any problems without hating themselves. History's proven that 1,000 times over. But has it though? I wonder about that. It seems a little, factually false. Facts. You and your facts. For up to you, we live in a constant fact factory. But you know what word comes from fact? Factory. And you know what sucks? Working in a factory. So shut up. Still have some paint left here on this brush. I guess I will. I'm going to just go ahead and slap it on over here, I guess. Like as per me. I'm being lazy and haven't taken those things off yet. Yeah, let's take those off before I get more paint. Alright, well, you know what? I'm just going to dump it onto this part here that doesn't have any paint. So I can get it onto the wall at this point. And call it a day, One can't spend the entirety of one's lifetime painting. There are other things one has to do, like dance and sell Girl Scout cookies. In that order. No, Eric, you fucking dumbass. You stop dripping paint all over the fucking drop cloth? What are you, 6 years old? You don't know how to paint? Okay, well, we'll just slippity slap that on there like so. No! I tried to avoid exactly that. Oh, God. It's like I took dumbass lessons for a dozen years and graduated valedictorian from my class. Is that Eric? We've seen a lot of dumbass motherfuckers through the years, but you're the dumbest ass by far. Thanks. Thanks, Dumbass Academy, for the training of dumbasses. I feel so proud. I feel so accomplished. I feel like such a dumbass. Well, we have a little more paint on the brush than a little more paint left for the brush than I expected. Let me just smooth this out a little bit. I see some clumping, basically. Okay. Now let's bring this over here. And we'll just slap it on this wall right here, because at least it has a lot of surface to cover. I'm starving, I'm tired, I'm ready to call it a day. I've got a little bit of paint left in here. I'm just gonna slap it on here. Get it all onto the wall so I can be done. Okay. Oh, Eric, dumbass. You truly are the dumbest ass in the whole ship full of dumbasses. And there's like thousands of dumbasses on the ship, so that's really saying something. Come on, paint. Just get on the wall and out of this pan as quickly as possible. Okay, there we go. Almost done. A little bit more left. You know, while we're here, might as well reiterate that we hate ourselves and think we deserve to be dead. Because you gotta repeat it continuously or else it won't stick. Oh dear Lord, can I please be done with this already? Hurry up and get onto the wall, you horrible paint. Sweet merciful Jesus, get out of here, paint. Get onto the wall with extreme alacrity. Get every last drip of it though. I don't want to waste paint. It's expensive. All right, I think we are about done. Okay, so here, we'll put this here. Now we gotta put this in water. Now we don't necessarily have to save the roller because I'm thinking, let's just, I got 3 new rollers ready to go, so let's just throw that one out. I guess this bowl will do. I'm going to make sure it's fully submerged in the water though. You might say, Eric, don't wash out paintbrushes in the sink. It's going to get it all painty. Yeah, well, zip it, loudmouth. That's what I have to say to you. Why don't you mind your own beeswax? Instead of continually concerning yourself with the beeswax of others. That's just common sense. And frankly, I'm beginning to think you're just rude. There. Now that's submerged in water, it'll be fine next time I come to deal with it. Okay. Let's take a load off. Let's go. Where? Where did I leave that cigarette butt? I knew I had another half a cigarette, but where, oh where did I leave it? That's the question. Did I put it back in the pack? I probably put it back in the pack. No, I did not. Eric, you tard. Oh, there it is. That's fine. I did leave it in a sensible place right here. Hi, Diamond. My circus is on fire? Thanks, Rachel. I didn't even know I had a circus. Maybe it is just as well as on fire. It sounds like a lot of upkeep. Those scoundrelly doors, stay closed. Get over here, you. I'm gonna get some tape to make that stay closed. Or maybe a wedge of some kind would work too. Well, let's see what we see in here to use for that purpose. Well, let's see if this paint key will slide in there and make it stay closed. Let's take a gander with our goose. That seems to do the trick. We had to break that door to get in there in the first place. It was stuck. The doorknob was broken, you know, so it's like we couldn't open the doorknob. It wouldn't turn. Yeah, I got a little bit of paint on me, but all things considered, not too bad. Sure, I got paint on the back of my pants and stuff, but a pair of pants isn't actually worn in until it has paint on it, in my opinion. Okay. I'm going to put out this cigarette for a second, go to the bathroom, come back, finish the cigarette, gather the things I want to take back with me. And then I think I'll end the stream and go home. Well, I mean, you could ride with me to the other house and see how I feel when I get there, but we're definitely done over here today. So let me just go to the barn. I'm going to leave you out here to enjoy the beautiful nature of wonder. Enjoy nature's beauty. She painted this picture just for your eyes. Okay, friends, Romans, countrymen. Let's go. We need to bring back with us a couple of things, but most of the things we brought here we'll leave here. What we need to bring back with us is the charger, Tiffany and Mindy, the other charger, my keys. This lighter might come handy. Oh, I could leave it here. I bought a whole pack of lighters. I'll need one over here too. This other charger will come with me. We're going to turn off these lights, like so, and like so. We're going to go over here and turn off the heater. As per Mia and Mia. We'll turn off this light. And we'll turn off this light. And we'll turn off these lights. If we can find the light switch for that. Where's that light switch? Oh, look at that drift. Must be over here. There we go. I do have a bit of a drip here. You gotta get it with this roller real quick. This roller's gonna go in the trash. But for right now, it still has sufficient functionality. Okay, Eric. Are you trying to be this retarded? Are you trying to win a Special Olympics event? Who's the most retarded? Because right now you're well ahead. Got it there too, huh? Brilliant. You are a real piece of work, mister. Paper towel, paper towel, paper towel, paper towel. Give me another paper towel. Oh, they're in my hand. Well, I'm really doubling down on the dumbass today, huh? All right, there. All cleaned up. Well, not quite. Let me get this back. There. But. There. All cleaned up. Okay, throw these paper towels down. We don't need those bits. Pull your pants up. And of course, they're falling down. Again, for the billionth time. There's no solution. Unless I want to get hip extensions. So either lower my hips or make my lower hips poke out more, maybe. Because currently, I am straight down, just flat as a wall, all the way down my side of my body. Nobody can wear pants with that kind of deformity. If you were as deformed as I am, you wouldn't be able to wear pants either. Oh, I guess you're too good to not be able to wear pants, huh? Fine. It's just me then. I thought we were friends. I thought you were nice. Now listen to you. You're just being a big bully. Okay. Hopefully you're done with your bullying. Let's go. It's not okay to treat other people like that. You have to say to them, hey, I like you. Even if you don't. But it's Hitler. It doesn't matter. Even tyrants need love. What a day, huh? What a day. We've been real busy today. You might be feeling like, Eric, you're working us to death here. I'm sorry about that. That's not typical of how these streams go normally. I'm just sitting on my ass doing nothing. But today is the beginning of Operation Productivity, in which I go from worthless slug to purposeful individual. Aren't you excited to see how it plays out? Here we go. Eric can't be anything but a worthless slug. Who's he kidding? He'll never succeed. I don't blame you for concluding that. I mean, all the existing evidence heretofore points that direction. But I'm thinking that today might be the exception we've all been dreaming of. Not just today, like the coming days. I'm going to have to go get more paint, obviously, before I can paint more. And I'm also going to need to get a lot of rest because I'm feeling pretty tore up at this point. Ugh. So when I get home, I'm going to go to our custom spa, get massaged by our masseuse, go into the sauna, have rocks placed on me in a soothing fashion. I think I'll also get a mani-pedi, a mud bath, and have an Asian lady walk across my back. All of these features we have at our in-home spa and treatment facility. All right, off I go. You will be disconnected from me briefly as we leave this Wi-Fi and before we enter the other Wi-Fi. But don't be scared. I'm not dead. Yet. What is the purpose of bringing the twanger if I just leave the garage door open? There is no purpose. Except, once again, to make me look like the resident dumbass. Oh well, somebody has to be the dumbass. I might as well take on the job. I'm naturally well suited for it. Boy, that was tiring, but satisfying too. Made a lot of progress. We're making, we're moving forward in a serious fashion. We're not just musing any longer. Let me put you back in the tripod, and then we'll go inside. We'll pull up the live stream on the TV. We'll plug you in. We'll maybe throw some food in the microwave or something. Or maybe I'd cook something, actually, like sausage sandwich. And, we'll work our way towards the end of this stream. After I eat, probably end the stream, I want to take a shower, go to bed, try to go to bed. That door is locked. Let's see what the other door. I don't have my regular keys, so if this other door is locked, then Rachel's gonna have to get up and let me in. Ah, good, it's not. Phew! That was a lot of doing. Makes me feel like my whole life now is organized according to the Dewey Decimal System. Even though almost none of it is books. This part of you, I'd say, is biography. And this part of you is nonfiction. Oh, man. My back sore. My schmack-schmar, everything. That is... Oh. Oh. So something I call being spent, you know. Feel spent like yesterday's dollar bills. No, the router's not. Oh, that's old. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm not looking at the right thing. Perhaps I don't have the right stuff, and I'll never become an astronaut. But you know, hope springs eternal, just like hatred. Thanks, darling. How long have I been live for? This stream about 2 hours. I was streaming earlier, then I got disconnected and I had to end that stream, start a new one. I could eat this little nub of a burrito. Wow. I am spent. You know, that little bite of food right there helped. I'm going to check the schedule of events for the day. Oh my God, 11:30, Fresno State's playing Northern Illinois. So at least there's a ball game on today. There's another one in the fourth quarter currently. Coastal Carolina University versus the University of Texas San Antonio. UTSA is winning 34-7 in the fourth quarter, so that one's not really worth watching. But all right, good to know anyway. And I wouldn't doubt if there's some college basketball on today too. Most of your universities are going to get this week off, I suspect. But I don't see any on at the moment. So maybe I'm wrong. Wait a second, Eric. You're all saying that seems extremely unlikely. Well, that happens occasionally. Yeah, I mean, it is extremely unlikely, but it does happen occasionally. There was a college basketball game on. Cal versus San Diego State.
We are back, ACC Network.
Oh, so loud. Hush yourselves. Wow. San Diego State is demolishing Cal. Hope God delivers a HUD display next patch. What's got your panties in a bunch? Who, me? What's gotten my panties in a bunch? I didn't know they were, but if they are, I'm assuming it's some kind of twisting action. Perhaps I didn't put them on right in the first place and had them kind of twisted and they got more twisted throughout the day. I'm not really sure how that could possibly happen, especially given the fact that I wear boxers or briefs, but not panties. See, panties don't have a little space in them to hold your junk, because girls, they don't have a bulbous dangling part. They've just got an adorable little slit. So, you're welcome. for the lesson in anatomy, wax poetry. Hi, I am in Mackmore. I'm not your father, though. I only have one child, and she is not you, and you are not she. I don't blame you for wanting to be my child because she's pretty rad, but only she gets to be that. I guess, and my cats. They get to be that too. They're that, typically in a somewhat more annoying fashion, but you know, we love our cats anyway and do our best to make sure they're happy. We try to be responsive to any meows or, rubs against us to provide plenty of positive reinforcement. But in the end, you end up with cats who, want to boss you around all the time. Yesterday, Trouble tried to get me to go dig a hole outside for him to poop in. I said, dig it yourself, motherfucker. You never liked games with no UI. Okay. Does UI stand for uterus injection? You love everybody. Really? Everybody? Do you love, Dave Matthews? I don't think so. Do you love... Ooh, gosh, I don't know. Do you love Hitler? I got you there. You're not allowed to love Hitler because he's bad. It's like loving cancer and death and suffering. You can't love those things. Now, if you want to talk about like a classic supervillain that everybody should hate, how about Alan Dulles, first director of the CIA? He was a real piece of work. Gay son or thought daughter? I do have a daughter. I've never considered referring to her as that hoe over there. And I think it's probably ill-advised for you to do so as well if you, want to have a pleasant, agreeable relationship with her. Or, to some extent with me. But it's a uterus injection. KE's basically saying she wants someone to shoot his load inside of her uterus so she can get impregnated. You don't even need to do that to get pregnant, Kate. If you let a boy touch your boobs, you can get pregnant just like that. That's all it takes. That's why we need you to wear plate mail armor all the time, so nobody can get to your goodies. Yeah, uterus injection. A little bit different, Ruben. Listen, babies are not just urinary tract infections. God, talk about an abortion advocate. Ruben saying after conception, a zygote or whatever is just the same thing as a urinary tract infection for the first 8 months. I was just talking about how you want a uterus injection. You don't enjoy games unless there's a uterus injection. And you're like, because you want to get pregnant. I'm pointing out you don't need to go all the way to get pregnant. If you let a boy touch your breasts, or for example, whistle at you. What's that called? What kind of whistle is that? What's that called again? Fox whistling? Dog whistling? I don't know. I'm just warning you about just how easy it is to get pregnant. I'd recommend eating in a different part of the restaurant than the men. You love Trump? Okay. You know, there's no accounting for love. You can't help who you love. Perhaps you have battered woman syndrome. Why specifically? Because you talked about the uterus injection. You said you don't enjoy a game that doesn't have a uterus injection. First of all, that game is called sex, KE. It's not like Monopoly, okay? It's like, keep your the gynecologist, please. We don't want to hear about your uterus. One time I made the mistake of inviting Kay to go along with me to a party. And the entire time there, she was talking to not only me, but multiple other people about nothing but her uterus. She was saying how she's got one of the best, most vibrant and glamorous uteruses in her entire part of Europe. She brags about the sheen and body. She asks people to look at pictures of her uterus. Anyway, needless to say, I didn't invite her to go to any more parties after that. The people I knew who were at the party were like, "What was up with that chick in her uterus last night, dude? Did you invite her?" I'm like, she didn't used to be like that. She got weird once she got addicted to games that involve uterus injection. I've been trying to, get her out of the house, stop fixating. And every time I talk to her, she's like, "Oh, did I tell you about the newest development with my uterus? It's finally connected to my fallopian tubes." I'm just all, okay. There's only so much I can put up with of this stuff. Like once a month she'll call me and say, "Guess what? My uteral lining just recycled." Okay, you don't need to inform me when you're having your veggie blood sploosh splash party, all right? I don't need to know. I don't want to know. She calls me every month, asking me advice. What should I use? A pad? A pad with wings? A tampon? I just don't know. I tell her, but I've told her 100 times now. She always forgets or gets it wrong. Wait, was it just get napkins from the picnic section? No, okay, it was always with wings plus a durable extra power tampon. Because you got flow like Eminem. You just say a lot of it. And the other thing is, I've never met anybody but Kay who's got like pressure powered, propulsion blood. She can knock a man off of his feet from 100 yards. She's a bit of an unusual case. I've had a lot of talk with her various doctors. They consult me, and her gynecologist called me and said, "So, what do you think about KE pressurized vaginal blood? Liquid ray, you could call it." I'm like, well, I mean, who can help but be anything but impressed at its efficacy if you're looking to knock people over. But I wonder if she's really as happy with her unusual expression of womanhood as she says she is. She says she's not insecure, but I've seen her run off and try to hide when the fountain's about to shoot 100 yards in the air like Old Faithful. She doesn't want people to see that. She doesn't want them to get her uteral lining all over their faces. But it happens with her again and again. Deep down, she's mortified. She wants an answer, a solution. She's looking to me to provide it. But, okay, I'm not your doctor, okay? I'm not your doctor, and I don't know how to solve this problem of yours. Maybe you get a hysterectomy. Are you okay, bro father? You look sick, bro father. I'm neither your brother nor your father. I am okay. And I don't find it friendly for you to concern yourself with my okayness. It's almost certainly a poor, thinly veiled attempt to troll, to condemn, to tear me down a notch. But I'm sorry, Amin Macmer. You lack the skills, the insights, the native talent to successfully troll me, because I am Eric, the only YouTube channel in the world. Oh, Sean, I got all 2 gallons of paint on the wall. We need to go back for at least a couple more, probably 3 or 4 more, to get all the walls on the inside. But I got the main part of the living room all done. You know, I got all those. I got the drop cloths taped down so that I could do the work without worrying about drips and stuff. I need to get more drop cloths, and I need to put them in the hallway, in the bedrooms. Really, I need to. It wouldn't hurt to put them in the kitchen too, even though tiles are a little easier to clean up than carpet. But made quite a lot of progress for my first, for my first push. I was a little surprised that I took 2 gallons just to do the living room. Especially since it's the best quality paint, which means, it covers a little bit better. Still not well enough to require less than 2 gallons of paint for the living room. Anyway, I feel good. Progress is progress. And, I'll take the win. Take the small win. Because I do tend to look kind of sickly, unwell, whatever you want to say, when I don't stream for quite enough hours. The longer I stream, the more I start to look vibrant, healthy, enthusiastic, well slept, etc. I guess what you're seeing are the symptoms of stream withdrawal that hit me whenever I go more than 15 or 20 minutes without streaming. Wait, there is something wrong with me. I got all these horrible white scale things on me. I think I have eczema. Oh wait, that's paint. I look like Albert Einstein. I don't look like Albert Einstein. We have a neighbor who looks like Albert Einstein, but I do not. So perhaps you should look at a picture of Albert Einstein and then look at me and, you'll have an increased understanding of how Albert Einstein looks. It's not entirely the same, I've got a tent back full of cranky cramps. You look like Albert Einstein, bro, father. Right now, I am living in Bethlehem, Jerusalem. Jesus was born, bro, father. Well, good for you. You must spend a lot of time singing "O Little Town of Bethlehem." O little town of Bethlehem, how still thy deep streets lie. Above the dark and endless deep, 1,000 stars go by. But in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. Yeah, we're going to Bethlehem. We're gonna meet that fear tonight. That's the next part of the song is cool, I know. It's the more show tuney part of the song. Yeah, it's from a musical called Last Christmas Was a Bit Naughty. Terrible play. But anyway, that's where the song "O Little Town of Bethlehem" comes from. It was written by Rodgers and Hammerstein. With an uncredited assist from Chuck Berry. Happy holidays to you too, Amin Macmer. Eric, I've had 2 Patron and Club sodas so far today. It's going to be a good day for drinking. Glad to hear it, Putty Cat. I bet you're enjoying that feeling of warm alcoholiness going down your throat into your belly. Causing you to just be like, that's right. I'm going to sink into my drink. Gonna sink into my drink and get myself some pink. Yeah, y'all. If it's oh, yeah. That's how Putty Cat is in real life. It's kind of like a smooth talking ladies man from around the way. The most smooth talkingest of ladies men, obviously, is the famous Don Juan. He's a Mexican Lothario, maybe Spanish. He's a Don, which means like big cheese, big cheese Juan, they call him. I'm sure it wasn't the only part of him that was big, but he's history's most famous Lothario. I guess Genghis Khan's a pretty famous Lothario as well. I mean, apparently fathered so very many children. Wait, where's Rachel? Well, I think she's upstairs. I heard her doing something, banging around up there a second ago. Probably getting ready to go to bed. I'm getting ready to go to bed too. I do need to eat a little more food first. Perhaps a couple pieces of cheese. Pull through, you filthy bitch. God, those bowls are terrible. Called the litter of narrow urethras. I bought a whole litter of bowls at the store, and they all had narrow urethras. One of those things like you don't think at the time, wait, don't buy them in bulk because, they might all have a common problem. Even if you did think that, you'd say, no, you can't live like that, Eric. You just got to buy them in bulk and assume they're not going to be a problem. Yeah, do slam with water from time to time, Putty Cat. And then after you slam water, I want you to slam a basketball. You're going to need to work on your hops some because it needs to be a regulation height hoop. Ideally a windmill dunk, but if you can't manage that, regular dunk would be fine, I guess. If you just want to be passing mid, Yeah, that's right. Around here, we evaluate a man by whether or not he's able to dunk. Which is why, obviously, I don't have any respect for myself at all because I'm still working on it, still can't dunk a basketball, and concede that I'll never mean anything or matter at all until I can. To be honest, I don't think I'm ever going to do it. I think my chances have passed. My time is done. I was never very close to dunking the basketball, despite being 6'5". Because the basket isn't at the height of me with my arm outstretched plus 1 centimeter, which is how high I could jump. It could have been beer bong and water, huh? That seems like an efficient way to get a lot of water in you, but I'm not sure it's a good idea anyway. I'm not quite ready to instream yet, so I think what I'm going to do I need to eat some more food first. Let's go dig around in the kitchen and see what we decide. I'll probably, the thing is, I'm not going to really want to go to bed until after I eat and get full. So I'm going to need to deal with this food thing first. Eric, can you dunk a donut? No, I can't actually. Because I just don't have the coordination for it. I don't know, maybe there's something wrong. I take the donut, I try to dunk it into the coffee. It keeps being, too big. Won't fit in the cup. Sometimes when I push hard and try to get it in there, I just knock the coffee over. The whole thing spills. It's just a nightmare. I have had a series of catastrophic failures of every attempt to dunk a donut heretofore. I gave up after 5th or 6th try when I got scalded so badly. I burned my arm so badly that it burned all the way through from the top of my arm through the bottom of my arm. That's how much I got burned. It was very hot coffee. Club soda. Here's the thing, Putty Cat. I'm going to ask you this. Did they really get that soda from the club? Does it smell like somebody made it rain near the soda? Does it smell a little bit like strippers? You have to be a club member to get the soda. Tell you what else has 0 calories, Putty Cat. air. Why don't you have a meow and air? But you can't just say, well, the outside air is fine. You got to bubble air through it with an alcohol aerating machine. Make a foam. Make one of those fancy cuisine foams out of your Patron. This is langoustine lobster with broccoli rabe and Patron foam with a hint of coriander. Patron foam? Yes. Is this alcoholic? Yes, it contains 4 shots of Patron. 4 shots? Yes. But there's just a little bit of this foam. I concentrated it substantially. No, I've never dunked a damsel in distress. I wouldn't dunk any damsels. I would say, hey, damsel, are you in distress? Could you use some help? Rachel and I aren't that busy right now. If you'd like, we could help you out. No, I'm sorry. I don't have a ladder. You want to let down your hair? I mean, I'm not saying your hair's not climbable. I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to climb your hair all the way up to that window. I'm pretty confident Rachel was not going to want to even attempt it. It seems quite dangerous. The wind's very gusty right now. But drop your hair down and I'll check it out. Oh, no. This hair, you only have a few strands of hair. Granted, they're very long, but nobody's going to be able to climb up this. That's the time that the lady who didn't have much hair found herself in a Rapunzel situation. You try to find something else to lower down. There just wasn't anything in there. Eventually, a bird flew in, having to have a 70-foot long rope in its mouth. That was how she got out of there. She said, oh, thank you, bird. Thank you for bringing me this rope. But the bird wasn't in for thank yous. The bird just saw a woman in need and said, I can help. The bird was that kind of guy. I would never be Rapunzel, right? Because, why? I don't want anybody climbing up my hair. It's going to be far, far too painful. If you want to climb up something, you need to either build some stairs, bring your own rope, ideally with a grappling hook, or otherwise, come up with their own solutions for this. Anyway, are we sure we want to get Rapunzel out of the tower? We don't even know why she's being kept prisoner in the tower. Maybe it's because she's a sociopathic serial murderer or something. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, up here. Hi, I'm Rapunzel. How are you? I'm fine. What's your name? Bert. Oh, Bert. Sir Bert. What a sexy name. There's no sir, I'm just regular Bert. Regular Bert? That's kind of a quirky name. That's not regular Bert, it's just Bert. Oh, okay, well, Bert. Is that short for Bertrand? Not short for anything, it's just short for Bert, My parents named me. Cool. That's so authentic of you. I really like people who are true to their origins. Yeah, well, I don't really know where it came from or who my parents were. I was raised in a fog of lies. Ooh, mysterious. Except they were all exposed soon thereafter. Wow, how elucidating. What do you want, lady? I think it's sexy when a man asks what I want. That's how girls are. That's how they sound. Ew, that's sexy. I've not watched Home Alone. No, I don't want to hang out with Larry Bird. Do you? If I gave you a present of an afternoon spent with hanging out with Larry Bird, would you be happy to receive that present? I mean, here's the thing. I don't even know what kind of person Larry Bird actually is. He might be thoroughly unpleasant. I don't like seeing people high on live YouTube. Well, how do you know if they're high or not? Do you ask them? I mean, I guess it's conceivable that sometimes people are obviously intoxicated, like if they're blackout drunk, you're gonna be able to tell, obviously. And I guess if they've been shooting heroin or something, you should be able to tell that. But regardless, if you don't like to see it, it's very easy to change the channel when you encounter it. But probably what you're doing is saying, I don't like you and you're high. And that's bad. So you should feel bad about yourself, old man. Because I've encountered you plenty of times before. And you lack, originality, cleverness, the ability to fool. So, accordingly, I'd recommend departing before I damage your self-concept. They're not serious. They're just being haters. They don't even know if I'm high. There's no reason for them to think so. Unless they saw me pulling bong rips, and even then, just because I pulled bong rips doesn't mean I'm high. You guys have such a low standard for high. It's like, man, 150 feet in the air is not high. 15,000 feet is high. Then you can still breathe, but it's cold. There might be clouds, there might be birds. You gotta watch out. Yes, birds can fly as high as 15,000 feet. Yes, they can. I'm assuming. Maybe. I never asked the birds. But I know that there are like birds up in the mountain. And the mountain might be like 11,000 feet, like Mammoth Mountain. To be honest, I don't recall specifically ever seeing birds at the top of Mammoth Mountain. But I'm assuming, where there are plants and stuff, you can probably find a couple birds here and there. Well, 15,000 feet isn't that much higher than the top of Mammoth Mountain. And, humans can go up there and ski. I've been up there and skied many times. That's well in the safe zone. You don't need to have oxygen or something to go that high. I'm not sure where the death zone is, but I think it's around 20,000 feet. Regardless, the long and the short of my response to your commentary about people being high is go fuck yourself, watch what you do like. You don't need to be a little snotty bitch. Oh, the squirrels are here to enjoy the woodland cutlets. How nice. Yes, I put out more woodland cutlets today. I got them at the Ace Hardware yesterday, Mr. Squirrel. And I think you are as special as a bucket of eels. I have to say the following. You are so beautiful to me. Hey. Looks like UPS is coming our way. What's up? So it looks like we're getting some kind of package. Let's find out what kind of package. I hope it's not the kind of package that's a man's junk.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you have a good one.
You too. Well, we got a couple of packages here. This one's for Rachel, and this one's also for Rachel. Let's put them inside. I just tend to set it down and stuff there. See where she can see it and grab it easily, or leave it there and it's not really in her way until she is ready to leave. These are the ways of us. This is the story of a love called Eric and Rachel. One man in love with his wife. One woman. I don't know what her thing is. One woman. Smoking hot with big tits. Hey, movie guy, that's objectifying my wife, okay? Rachel's a complete human being. She's more than just her magnificent tits. One woman, full of personality and liveliness. Okay, that's better. I don't think it's accurate. I don't think he's full of liveliness, but one man who can't stop complaining to the movie guy. Hey now, movie guy. You're having a little fun at my expense. One credit card. Used in anger. One petulant spurned lover, eager on revenge. One squirrel, not afraid to enjoy his woodland cutlets. This Christmas, man, woman, squirrel. See the squirrel? It's a good squirrel. I asked him, I was like, are you a good squirrel or a bad squirrel? And he agreed. He said, oh, I'm a good squirrel. I'm a fun squirrel. So you are a fun squirrel. You love your woodland cutlets, huh? Oh, yeah. Woodland cutlets are the best. Come and get them. Not only do you want the woodland cutlets, they want you. Hi, I'm a squirrel. I like to eat my woodland cutlets. Look at me go. My name's Cutie Curdy, and I'm a little squirrel. I like to put my head up and put my head down. Up and down I go. With my little hands, I grab a woodland cutlet, put it in my mouth, take a little nibble, look around. What's that guy doing? I better run away. Oh, you want more woodland cutlets? I think he's saying the supply of woodland cutlets has become dangerously low. All right, squirrel, I'll get you more woodland cutlets. Sure, why not? We'll be right back. And a very Merry Christmas to you as well. And to all the good night. Oh, there are plenty of wood uncut that's left over here. All right, I'll pour some more over here. There's not plenty left. There's a few left. There. Enjoy the bounty, woodland friend. Enjoy the bounty. Well, it's a pretty lovely day out today, you know. It's the kind of day where you could go for a stroll with grandmother and share observations about the pleasantness of things, such as the Hendersons sure have done a nice work with their landscaping, things like that. How are you guys doing? We're doing well, somewhere between well and fine. Somewhere between fine and fantastic. Between fine and fantastic is an entire universe. I'm doing well. I'm feeling good and kind of like a dummy. I feel excited to be productive, but also, you only get super thwacked like that so much before you really need to take a sleepy week. Well, that's good to hear. You're watching from Denmark. Welcome, Denmark. Welcome to California, USA. I live here in Mariposa County, which is home to rock climbing destination Yosemite, home to Half Dome, El Capitan, and other famous rocks that people climb. We live right near there, but we've never been to look at it before. Like El Capitan and those kind of things. The big touristy things to look at in Yosemite. We've never been in that side. We have gone in that side, but we didn't go very far in. It's not the famous part. So that's where we're from. And I think your country has a good soccer team. Not top notch, but consistently like quarterfinalist kind of level, which is pretty good. Better than pretty good if you're talking World Cup, right? Because you got the whole world against you. Yes, even Luxembourg. But I guess what Denmark's most known for are its myriad windmills and wooden shoes. If you go into a Danish shoe store, you'll see, pairs of Air Jordans and such just sitting on the shelf gathering dust, while the clogs, made entirely of wood, are flying off the shelves, even as prices inflate so much that it becomes a bubble. That's how much demand there is for wooden shoes in Denmark. Obviously, what else is there a lot of in Denmark? Danishes. That delicious breakfast pastry is almost a staple food, you could say, in Denmark. It's really their only food, as far as I can tell. Can anybody else think of any Danish food except Danishes? I can't. So, therefore, that is the only food they have in Denmark. Can you believe it? That whole country survives on nothing but Danishes. I didn't. I was surprised when I heard it too. Just like I was surprised that the primary staple food of Norway is legumes. Except that's it's second, obviously, to fish harvested from the fjord. But I mean, staple kind of grain thing. Yeah, they're fanatical about legumes in Norway. They're fanatical about legumes, and they absolutely hate beans. In other words, they've taken quite a stark position regarding the whole bean legume divide. Can you stop meowing at me? You don't have clogs? I'm pretty sure you all wear clogs and eat Danishes all the time while standing near windmills and, snorting tulips. Ooh, that's good tulip. Come here. You want to touch the tulip? Touch it with your fingers. Bring your clogs over here and touch it with your fingers. And additionally, look at this blue and white thing that I have. It's like ceramics or porcelain or something. But it's Danish because it only has two colors. Because in Denmark, they've only invented two colors for pottery and stuff. Blue and white. Missionaries of different techniques and stuff have tried to travel to Denmark and teach them that, hey, here's how you could use green or yellow. But they just don't understand. They try and try, but they can never figure out what to do. And the reason is because everyone in Denmark can only see two colors, blue and white. Part of their unique Denmarkian heritage. There's not one, not two, but three kings of Denmark. Yes. Well, yeah, the reason is because it's in dispute. Each of the three claims that they are the king of Denmark. In reality, none of them are. But instead, a fourth man from Sweden is actually the king of Denmark. Some people call him Hamlet, but they're just getting it confused with that Shakespeare play. You guys enjoying watching the cat? Even if you're not enjoying it, you have to watch the cat because the cat meowed at us, so we don't really have any choice. And you could be a dick, I guess. Yeah, I know. I want to be a dick all the time, but I just can't pull it off. The cat's meows are too powerful. If you want to eat a cheese, you gotta get it from fridge. Look at this. This is a cheese. This is a pretty good snack. I wish. Well, don't walk on Denmarkian ice. It's notoriously just this close to breaking through. You want to visit Nashville? I'm not close to Nashville. I've never been to Nashville. Oh. would you looky here? It's our second PlayStation controller. That'd be cool. Rachel and I can lab and we can play against each other for one. I've been to Catalina Island, buddy girl. I don't want to go there. That's fine and everything, but boats, jostling, the whole 9 yards. You know, I don't want to go on boats and get all jostled like some kind of animal on a Noah's Ark ride. Be extra casual. If you go to Nashville, just remember when you talk to people, say, hey y'all, like that. And they'll say, hey, he's one of us. Just say, that's a real swinging country and western. No. They'll know you're one of them. You know, if you make it to Yosemite, you could always give us a heads up. We do get visitors. Channel people come visit periodically. We enjoy that, so keep that in mind. I've only ever been to unimpressive parts of the states. So you've been to all of the states, but only the least impressive parts. How y'allin'? Well, bless your little heart. I do declare I'm going to get the vapors. That's what people sound like in Nashville. They say, Dora, be a lamb. Go down and fetch me a washcloth. Yeah, from under the sugar safe, Shug. Kiss my grits. We be in Nashville. Nashville's known as not just a country music place, but also I think it's the biggest city in Tennessee. It gives Tennessee its like, we do line dancing identity. But, you know, they also have the Tennessee Volunteers football team, which just got blown out by whoever it was, blew them out. Jimi Hendrix was from Nashville? Interesting. I'm not from Nashville. I'm from California. Which, if you haven't heard, knows how to party. California knows how to party. California knows how to party. There's a walk and talker who covers Nashville. Morcing, his name is Z. Pierre. You can see a lot of the city, especially the bar streets, when he goes live. He goes live, he says, I'm Z. Pierre, and I'm going live here on Country Boulevard in Nashville, Tennessee. I got my hat, I got my boots, and I'm strumming an old 6-string guitar. Talking about trucks and dogs, beer and such. My woman left me for a man named Butch. I don't know. I think, though, I'm a country song. If If it be wrong loving Jesus and life, if it be wrong taking care of my wife, call me a guilty man. We got songs like that sometimes too. I really enjoyed the Garth Brooks lyrics. His song had the great lyrics, which were Daddy loved Mama, Mama loved men. Now Mama's in the graveyard and Daddy's in the pen. When I heard it, I thought, well, good for Daddy. Good for him. He wasn't going to put up with that cheating whore. Sure, his response was a little drastic, but definitive, and I'm sure in her last moments she thought, boy, I really shouldn't have done that. So there's a kind of grim satisfaction to the whole thing, I suppose. Ain't no man want to discover that he with a cheating whore. I just think that such people ought to at least be publicly shamed, ostracized from decent company for some stretch of time, Especially if people have been together for a while, they're in a marriage or something. Well, we all have to learn and unlearn a lot in life. Maybe we start off naive and then become too focused on defending ourselves from bad actors who we don't want a repetition of for one of a variety of reasons, Maybe we become too suspicious for a while. I need to sleep. I'm starting to feel a little bit anxious, bobanxious. Like, I'm not sure what rhymes with anxious. Flanks us. Look at all the woodland friends. There's a lot of hot woodland friend action for you here. You can see squirrels. You can see little birds. A lot of fluttering. You can hear some tweeting. Some twerping. Some twittering. Look at the birds. How adorable. These little birds are harbingers of good fortune. They say every time one of these little birds comes to your house, an angel dies. And it's not good fortune for the angel. It's good fortune for you, though, because every time an angel dies, you get one entry in a drawing for, here's your 4 unannounced. Up until now, it's not been announced what exactly the prize is, but you can believe me, it's a good prize. It's not like a blender, Although a blender's not a bad price. You have to need to blend things, especially. If you try to blend things but you don't have a blender, what are you gonna do? I mean, you gotta like put it in a bowl and put your hand in there and go woo. Try to blend it with your hand, I guess. Maybe if you tape razor blades onto your fingers, you could do it. Anyway, it's a lot harder to blend things without a blender than it is to blend things when you have a blender. That's one of the things I've discovered in my many years of life. I voted for no one. I voted for no one, and washed my hands of the whole thing. I just watched you eat. The internet just watched you eat. What he's telling me is there's too little food on my plate. He likes to keep a constantly full plate, you know. There is some food on his plate, but it's getting too low for his comfort. So fine, Trouble. I will put more food on your plate. You big baby. Not that I blame you for being a big baby. I'm a big baby too. I wonder when Rachel's puss will reopen for business. Right now it's closed. It's got a closed sign on it. So that's fine, you know. Trouble mukbang is right. Trouble really likes to have people watching me. Just like I like to have people watch me do whatever. That's why I'm live streaming all the time, right? But he's fixated on specifically the eating thing. Actually, while eating is not one of the times I particularly like to live stream because obviously if I'm chewing food and stuff, I can't carry on my line of thinking. Cool, Rachel. Cool. Hey, or my BM laid. That's fine for you. Hey, hey, hey. Hello. But I'll cover it. And I have an important message to tell you. You have a serious problem. Namely, you stink! You tell them, Tiffany. They do stink. What are you girls talking about? These people don't stink. Yes, they stink. What do you even mean by that? You mean they literally smell? Shut up, old man. Don't pretend like you don't know what you stink means. Okay. Just listen to her. Don't give us a bunch of lop. Sorry, Tiffany. Just ignore him. Tiffany Monday. He's just a horrible selfish robot. I know. Hopefully, he'll let us ignore us. He'll let us ignore him by not saying anything else so stupid. What did I even say? You shut up right now. Yeah, look, Omar. You need to shut up, huh? We're trying to have a conversation with her. Yeah, a girl conversation. You're not invited. obviously you're not welcome to our conversation. Because, as I've said before, you are horrible, selfish robot. Okay, let's go back down to business. Okay, cool. What were we talking about again? I don't even know. I did a vote for no one because I don't want to vote against somebody. I want to vote for somebody. I didn't like either candidate at all, although I may have thought one was less bad than the other. I don't want to vote against somebody. It's not there. The electoral process needs to produce candidates that aren't almost like anti-candidates, like they're so impossibly bad that it's hard to imagine how anybody but them didn't become the primary candidates for their respective parties. So, for people who did decide to vote against the one they saw as the greater evil, I get that too. I'm not telling you that that was bad or that you should have voted. You shouldn't have voted or anything like that. I think that's perfectly justifiable rationale. I don't think feeling positive about either of those candidates is something any correct, clear thinking person would do. I think I'm going to make another pot of coffee. So, we got this coffee pot from Ace Hardware. And we used it for the first time since I got home. I was delighted by how quick the process of brewing coffee is. With the percolator, it takes forever to finish being done. Whereas this thing finishes in 0.3 of a second. Okay, well, it's not quite that fast. Where was this again? It's not there, obviously. Like that. Okay, good. Now what I want to do is get some paper towels. We're going to push it in like that. And then we're going to press it in like that. Next, we're going to scoop. Using a scooping motion and this optimally shaped ladle, we're going to scoop our way to a delicious pot of coffee. We'll fill this up with water. Rinsing out the little remnants of the last pot of coffee. Fill, 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 fill. 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 You know, they say a watched pot of coffee being filled up with water never fills. So look away. Alright, let's go ahead and pour this into the water receptacle, or the chamber of the dews, the dewdrops, chamber of the liquid. It's gone by a lot of different names over the centuries. We can push this down, sure, we can push that down like that, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, there we go. So in a little bit, we're going to have an exciting, fresh, new pot of coffee. I'm going to have another cup when it's ready. I'm going to go into the garage and smoke one of the cigarette butts in there. And we're going to spend a few more of these high-quality, special moments together. No one was worthy Sean, all of you here are worthy of hearing my words, of receiving this wondrous insight, of being soothed by the continuity and pleasant demeanor of yours truly, Host Eric. That means the coffee is in the wrong mug. What means that? Snaffleduck curtain fall? Is that code? Snaffleduck curtain fall. Ooh, coffee's in the wrong mug. I don't need a code for that. I just go ahead and write it out and say it. I'm not worried about that intelligence leaking to anybody. Am I, more broadly speaking, am I absolutely panicked about my mini intelligence assets and secret information escaping to the general public? Yeah. I don't want people, if knowledge of how to travel slower than light falls into the wrong hands. As it said, I can travel really much close to the speed of light's version of absolute zero. So I'm one of the slowest moving people ever recorded in all of human history or any other history. I can run my mile time, for example, is 220 hours. What makes you believe they were equally unworthy? I said I don't necessarily think that. I didn't think that, in fact. What I said is, I totally understand if somebody says, I thought Mia was worse, so I voted for Mia even though they're terrible. I totally get that. That's totally legitimate. I chose to say, I'm not going to vote for either of them if I'm not voting for either of them. I don't want to vote against somebody. It's like, I don't want to vote against some shitbag if it means also voting for some shitbag, right? But I respect people who chose to vote anyway. The thing I can't figure out is if anybody is actually enthusiastic about either of those candidates and says, "Oh no, that person's a great candidate." Though whoever's saying that has got their eyes closed tight, going like this, nah, 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 about reality, It's not good to be so committed to your version of reality that you're completely disconnected. I'm saying this is the case for you, but that someone's completely disconnected from the actual facts and stuff. Well, I'm upset with people who don't care about facts a lot of stuff. That represents an intuitive overreach. Whereas the non-intuitive overreach assumes that the ways and processes of government bureaucracy doing things is a good thing. Because after all, that's what government does, right? That's at least as horrible, but really more horrible. You mount when you don't even actually want to eat. You just want to control me. Huh, kitty? Huh, kitty? Come on, pot of coffee, hurry it up. Make with the doneness. I'll just walk outside for a second. We'll look around. And we'll see if we can spot Amelia Earhart's plane anywhere. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. It's my shed. What is this thing? This is like those Tic Tacs that fly through the air in UAP videos. Do you think it's alien in origin? So now let's see its costume. We have just killed 30 seconds. Still not done. Oh. Maybe this year, coffee maker? Currently, I'm wondering if you can even do the job we need you to do. Make coffee. If you're going to be this slow about it, how do you know you're making it at all? And voila. Good enough. Now we're going to pour it with our pouring hands right into there. We'll stir it with this spoon, like so. And once you've got it stirred up, we're going to do a little bit more adjusting by pouring some of it out and putting some water in. Because this coffee is too strong again. I haven't gotten used to the right amount to put in a drip coffee maker. So that'll dilute it a little bit. Oh wow, that's good. That is so delicious. Makes me want to make strong coffee more often. First press is quick. This is even quicker. No, I didn't get high from any paint fumes. So then you wouldn't like anti-theist since it's the same thing as voting against someone. No, because that's not voting. So, in a citizen democracy, for it to work, we need to have candidates that or reach a minimum level of adequacy for the citizens to choose from if we hope for the process to produce good governing outcomes, right? In this instance, it's just somehow, some way the electoral process let us all down, and or for a number of totally understandable reasons, the most qualified and capable people in the country of being president, the vast majority of the time, get nowhere close to ever even considering running. I'm an exception, but maybe it's because I'm naively hopeful. But I still believe it's not too late, you know? Too late, baby, now it's too late. No, I'm saying it's not too late, lady. Stop singing. Who invited that lady? That is some rich coffee flavor. As real as the brisk mountain air atop Mount McKinley, the highest peak in the state of Alaska. Wait a second, Eric. Didn't they rename that? It's not really Mount McKinley anymore. Shut up. I use the old name, just like I use Twitter. You don't have to use the new name. Fact is, I'm going to go back to calling the Commanders the Redskins, the Guardians the Indians. And, I'll continue calling Howard University football team the anti-white devil defense squad. You white devils. Stop colonizing us. We're not colonizing, okay? We just stopped here briefly to steal all your resources, enslave your people, and then we're right back to Spain. So just chill out. You Spaniards are swarthy. Are you even white? Oh, yeah, we're white. We're super white. That's why we got the word Don in front of our name. I'm not just some, like, Pedro Gomez from Mexico. I'm Don Rodrigo, man of culture, Spaniard. How many Spaniards does it take to restore artwork from the Middle Ages? Trick question. Never let a Spaniard restore artwork from the Middle Ages. Ba-da-ba-ba, that's a Spanish art restoration joke. Who here is a fan of Spanish art restoration jokes? Because if you are, well, I'm sorry, I have no further such jokes. That was my only one. I shot my whole Spanish restoration joke load on that one I just made up. Disappointed, you say? Well, didn't you have high expectations? I'm sorry, I'm just not up for this today. Just let me sit down for a while. I want to sit here. I want to reflect on my own mortality. I want to shit in someone's soup and serve it to them with biscuits. Oh, whose soup do you want to spin? I said shit in it. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, whose soup? Just some random schmuck, I guess. Oh, anonymous random soup shitting? There's nothing in the Patriot Act It says that's an act of terror. I've read it thoroughly. The worst I could be charged with inappropriate pooping in a restaurant. It's a fine of up to $1,500 and 30 days community service. It's not that bad. Inappropriate pooping in a restaurant? Yes, it says that no patron of a restaurant may poop anywhere inside the restaurant except for the restrooms or designated pooping corners as explained the specifics of in section 7B. So wait, in some restaurants you don't even have to poop in the bathroom? Well, just restaurants with designated pooping corners. To qualify as a pooping corner, you must be at least 12 feet from customers and be equipped with at least 3 air fresheners. The accumulating pile of poops needs to be removed at least every 6 hours, and the floor should be washed at least every 7 days. Pretty lenient rules, really, for a pooping corner. But you know how New York City is. They're a crazy bunch of kooks. They're a mixed up, wacky bunch of zany folk in New York City. They like their Yankees, they're Rangers, they like walking on sidewalks. You know, it's the city that never sleeps. And they're always horns honking. A cup of coffee is like $35. It's a wonderful place of mystery and allure. Not a good place to park, though. Where can I park my RV? Some like tourists pulling up to Manhattan night on their way into town. Is there some place near here with street parking, like meters, that I can park my RV? Hey, I'm walking here. Oh, your RV, huh? Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of parking spaces for an RV around here. I'm from New York. That's how those exchanges would go. Trust me, I've done a lot of, event simulations for things that might happen in New York. For example, if a person who's wearing a California shirt and flip-flops and has long California-ish hair is walking on the sidewalk and talking to their California friend and saying, "Yeah, the Yankees suck." "Hey, what you talking about?" It would be like that. And then they'd say, "So what are you a fan of?" I'd be like, "The Dodgers." I'd be like, "When's the last time you went to see a game?" "I saw a game. I got there in the 4th inning. I left in the 6th inning, but it still counts." I mean, we were ahead, so it was fine. I'm sure they won. Why not, right? "These Babaloobies." Some New York-y thing like that. You don't want to get New Yorkers confused with New Jerseyans, who have a similar way about them, but are not the same. Sure, the New York Giants play in New Jersey, but I don't think the New Jerseyans particularly consider the Giants their team. It'd kind of be like going to live at your mistress's house. Well, let's say you're a lady. Going to live at your Sancho's house on the weekends, but still calling yourself Mrs. Smith, you know? It's kind of insulting to all parties. I guess you could say it's extremely insulting to all parties. Anywho, you can't get by with just one thing in life. Life is the kind of thing that requires at least two things. What are those two things? Love and laughter. Those are the two things. And groceries. Of course, you can't deal with life without having some groceries occasionally. You can try to wait as long as possible till you go to the store, but eventually you'll be down to eating just like a pickle and some ketchup, you know. What are we having for dinner tonight? Ketchup pickle? Ketchup pickle? What is that? Well, I take one of these pickles. They don't expire till tomorrow. We have two left. I'm going to take one of them, put it each on our plates. I'm going to put a line of ketchup on top of it. Could you put mustard at least? We are out of mustard. All right, I guess ketchup pickle sounds pretty good. Oh, Darren, it's so wonderful to try this new restaurant. I've heard the best things about it. Yeah, I've heard some good things too. Let's see what their specialty is. You guys ready to order? Yeah, do you have any recommendations? Well, one of our most popular items is ketchup pickle. Ketchup pickle? What's that? Oh, Darren, never mind. Let's just get it. It sounds exciting. All right, would you like the full entree size ketchup pickle, or just the hors d'oeuvres? I mean, let's go, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go ahead and get the entree. What is this? It's what you ordered. This is just like 4 half Clausen pickles, each of them with ketchup on it. Kind of self-explanatory. That's why they are called ketchup pickle. Okay, but it's not even cooked. Well, we don't normally cook pickles, do we? They're pickled, not cooked. Yeah, okay. Well, just try it. I think you're going to be impressed. Oh, I, what do you think about it? I don't like it at all. Really, these pickles are kind of warm, like they've been sitting out for a while. And the ketchup, it's like off-brand ketchup. Waitress, get over here, please. I'm sorry. These dishes are not acceptable for us. Do you have any other recommendations? Well, would you like mayonnaise with carrots? Mayonnaise with carrots. Yeah, it's a bowl of mayonnaise, and it has some carrots stuck in it. Why is this restaurant getting such good reviews? Well, people love our mayonnaise carrots for one thing. But do they though? Yeah, our ketchup pickle is a huge hit. Do you have any regular food? Of course we do. We've got our asparagus burger. Okay, well it sounds kind of normal. It is 2 pieces of tortilla with asparagus between it. Well, what about the burger? The asparagus is the burger. I mean, with tortillas as a bun. It's a Mexican twist on a burger. Does it come with any condiments? No, you cannot have any condiments with it. Can you get some ketchup? You must have ketchup for your ketchup pickle. That is only for the ketchup pickle. We do not let customers put that in anything else because we have a limited supply. It's our special ketchup. We take it out of the fridge early in the morning so that it gets room temperature. What brand is it? It's an off-brand. It's a store brand. Got any advice for work so I don't yeet myself? I mean, definitely don't eat yourself, but I don't know. I haven't been in the job market in a while. I don't know what kind of things you like to do. I would suggest maybe open a restaurant with some exciting dishes like mayonnaise, carrots, and ketchup pickle. Would you like to try perhaps a bowl of our riced kale, deviled inside of an egg substitute we have? What's the egg substitute made out of? It's made out of bread. So it's bread and riced kale. Well, I wouldn't really call it bread per se. What is it? It's a chef's specialty. It involves a gluten-free dough substitute. And we do our bread baking yeast-free and heat-free. We believe in free baking. So how does it get cooked? It cooks itself over time. You just have to give it time and encouragement. Soon enough, it'll be hard. Okay, but because it gets hard, are you sure it's cooked? Well, toast is hard, isn't it? Yeah. Well, why don't you tell your friend Nick to come to our restaurant and get a job, and we will show him the secret of how to make our signature dish. And what is your signature dish? It's cornflakes soaked in the water from a can of tuna fish. We call it tuna water cornflakes. Do you have at least frosted flakes? No, we have regular cornflakes, and they're made from organic whole wheat corn. How can corn be whole wheat? Corn is the gluten-free alternative to whole wheat. Okay. But we add wheat coloring to make it look like whole wheat and wheat flavoring. Specifically, gluten. So you're saying you make gluten-free bread out of corn, but then add gluten to give it more of a wheat-like taste? That's right. So then how is it gluten-free? It's not. But it starts out that way. Just like a lot of us do. We start out drinking our mother's breast milk. Guess what that doesn't have? Gluten. Anyway, that ended up becoming my all-time favorite restaurant. I go there all the time now. Get the ketchup pickle. Sometimes we get the braised squash. It's extremely bland. They just take a square of squash and cook it for a little bit on each side and just no seasoning, just hand it to you. At first I thought, this is horrific. But now I love it. Also, their dry oatmeal which has, it sounds, is oatmeal that's just still the dry flakes. And you're supposed to eat it like that. There's no beverages allowed if you order that. You gotta just, it's kind of like eating a bowl of sand. It's difficult. Dog farts here. Misidentifying me as a crackhead. Well, dog fart, would you like me to help you with your identification difficulties? Is that why you're here? I don't know why you're here, but I'm glad you are. We have important business to discuss. Have I ever been offered dirt shit? What's dirt shit? Is that like shit mixed with dirt? Dirt shit might be another name for steer manure blend. Mr. Canada Sex, we both, you're welcome to say Trump 2024, but I guess you are asking Eric Trump. No, not Eric Trump. Eric against Trump. Nevertheless, somewhat relieved that he won. Kamala would have been even worse. It's equivalent to hate spit. I mean, people hate on me? Yeah, it happens all the time. People say whatever they think might be cutting enough to impact me all the time. It doesn't, of course, because I've heard it all before a million times. In this context, in this setting, it's more or less impossible for anybody to successfully troll me, get it under my skin or whatever, because it just genuinely at this point has no impact on me. The only way they can get at me is by talking shit about Rachel, trying to hurt her feelings. I don't like that. Well, I mean, trolls have multiple disadvantages when trying to get under my skin. Number one being there aren't very many original ways to troll, and it's very difficult to troll in such a fashion that I don't recognize it for what it is right away. Partially because of my large body of experience in dealing with these things, but also partially because trolls are invariably less intuitive than I am. So they're at a disadvantage there. And then once they've been identified, they're at a disadvantage in the sense that not only are they not going to succeed, but I'm going to slap them around. And they're just going to suddenly disappear without a word, you know. Well, where did all that bravado and swagger go? I went to it easy, find an easier victim, you know. Well, good news, guys. We found a pretty long cigarette butt here. Sort of cigarette butt that can almost seem like a full cigarette. That'd be a good time probably to go back inside and wrap this up after this, because I'm getting ready for a shower and then getting into bed and playing who can crash the hardest. I hope to win, but I'm the only one competing. I'm not sure what Rachel's sleep schedule is right now, but I do know this. Someday, one day, maybe, I'll be fully rested up. Right now, I've got a lot of work to do to get there. Uh-oh, here comes the chainsaw. Great, here comes the chainsaw, and there goes the neighborhood. It's fine, they can chainsaw. Don't bother me. Because chainsaws normally don't go for a super long time. They're not as bad as, say, leaf blowers because you don't leave them on for a super extended period of time. You usually make a couple of cuts and then turn it off, you know? Generally, people don't have a huge extended set of trees to chop up with a chainsaw at one time. If they're just cutting on their own property, you know. He's just being responsible and doing burns and stuff, trying to make me feel irresponsible and, you know, manly like the neighbors are. Yeah, I'm getting a little more manly. Look at me. I painted today. I bought a Harley. I started playing tackle football. What are some other manly things to do? Oh, I took up bear hunting with a slingshot. I have learned to pull the slingshot back with such power that a single rock will penetrate straight through the skulls of not one, not two, but 3 bears standing back to back. Obviously, once I've shot those 3 bears, I have to take them back to camp. So I'm able to pick up all 3 bears at once now and carry them back at the same time. That's how manly I've become. Thanks to Irvin Todd's Manliness Symposium, a place where dorky losers like me learn to be real men. Serge is stuck between ISTP and ISTJ, and they're quite different. Because, like I said, I have higher expectations for America. I expect the citizenry to be presented with 2 candidates that a person might possibly vote for, you know? I want to feel positively about the person I vote for. I don't want to validate an electoral cycle that didn't meet the basic bare minimum expectations, you know? It's like, imagine an election being a college class. We're evaluating 2 students' abilities. One of them can't read, and the other one can't sit still for more than 1 minute. The correct answer is, I will approve neither of these people for college. Neither of them is remotely capable of doing it. It is not, well, I guess this one seems less incapable. That's my perspective. If you have the other perspective, that's fine. Like I said, and I will repeat it again, for people who did decide, I hate both these people, but I hate this one a little less, so I'm going to vote for them. That's a viable choice too. But that's the nice thing about a right to vote. There's no obligation to vote, and you can send whatever message you want with your vote or lack thereof. Well, like I said, I want to be validating a choice, not negating a choice. If there's not anybody I feel like I'm happy to validate with my vote, then I don't want to vote for anybody. It's both my prerogative and no less correct than another position on the matter, especially given that I live in California, and it's a winner-take-all state, and all the electoral votes of California always go to the Democrat, no matter what I vote. So there's really no reason for me to do so. Serge, would you prefer sitting at a desk, poring over accounting books, and working for the FBI? Or would you prefer being a lumberjack out in the forest and working for Mossad? Good question, Mrs. Mom. Okay, I think I am ready to wrap this up and move toward a period of rest and recovery. Thank you all for being here. Until next time, I have been host Eric, and you have been a wonderful, delightful group of internet friends on this fine, fine afternoon. Have a pleasant evening, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.